Taught a bakery where Tristy used to live right next door. Her dad used to work in that bakery. So she used to play, ride bike all around this area. And I never knew that. But actually knowing that now, it makes sense. Yeah, it explains a lot about Tristy's roots, about her values. She also has a foundation in Laupahoehoe, where her mom is from Makanelua, Ohana. And then now she lives in Council District 9, happily. Um, she really has this island brand, yeah, that I'm just astounded by, and I never knew, and I'm really happy to know that now. So mahalo Tristy. She is a recent holdover on the South Kohala community with her family time actually, but mahalo coming over from home. And then now she lives in Council District 9. But she came to us once, she really has a detail. And when we looked at the roster, she said, hey, how about Liquor Commission? You know, I would love to get back there. I would love to learn more and how we can contribute to our island community. And you know, looking at her record, she always shows up. She's been holding over, even though she didn't have to. But that's just a couple of the reasons why we feel that she would be an awesome commissioner to the Liquor Commission, Madam Chair. And with that, we're hopeful for a positive review and looking forward to the value that she will add.
It is a good opportunity to continue to have the voice of successorship in our districts and for representing Hawaii County. I'm a little bit nervous right now and shy, but I appreciate the opportunity and grow and learn and represent our members and our community in any way we can help the county be a better place for communities to live and strive together.
To us. Christy, I've known you for many years as well. I really appreciate your involvement in engagement. I know it's opportunities to show up at different events. Really appreciate the work that you do. With the South Florida Development Action Committee, you've been holdover for a number of years. I think you've been sat as the chair as a holdover. So I really appreciate the leadership in that role to document the commission forward and have with the especially with all our meetings in that way. So
See no other lights once again, just really thanks for your involvement in the setting up. All those in favor on closing the aisle on Commission 91073 will nomination of Trustee Moore for the Liquor Commission of Full Council to say aye. Any opposed? 7 members in favor with council members contrary,
Anyone like to testify in communication 911, speak up now. Seeing none, communication 911 nomination and the board with the mayor's for 2026. Requesting the county community competition required from June 27, 2026.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cookwood and second by Councilmember Easton to close down Commission 911. With that, staff, please introduce the mayor's nominee.
Mahalo, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to introduce Communication 911 nominee Anna Liu to the Board of Appeals. If confirmed, Ms. Liu will serve a term to expire on December 31, 2027. I've had the pleasure to know Ms. Liu for like the past decade, yeah, just as younger professionals kind of growing up through Hawaii Island. We're around the same age. She's a proud Hilo High School graduate in 2003. Ms. Anna Liu is particularly special because of her upbringing. Yeah, her upbringing in Hilo through her ohana who owned a restaurant, right? And my wife's ohana owned a restaurant, so from what I know, it is hard work. it's very hard work to just put up a restaurant and then have it succeed over decades, right? But she has that kind of intuition, that to just like, it's a no fail. Yeah, like we gotta make it happen. So I've always known Anna to have that fire. She's coming to us, recently expired on the Banking Director by the Redevelopment Agency. And prior to her expiration on May 31, she reached out saying, hey, I know how. You know, like I'm expiring here, but I still like it back, right? There's more that I can do. And that kind of speaks to the Anna that I know, who is always just trying to fill spaces, fill voids, and just trying to contribute, you know, what she can. So it was no surprise to see Anna apply. She was interested in something similar. She wanted, you know, she wanted to kind of stay within that infrastructure realm, try to really push that. And then when one of her references, Jim McCulley, called me and said, hey, I think Anna would be great for the Board of Appeals. Like, I was a former board chair of the Board of Appeals. I think this would be a great opportunity for her, a better opportunity for the county, and I think she'd be able to add immediate value to this board that looks like could use some help. So I took that reference, talked over with the mayor, and here we have Anna Liu, yeah, who we are nominating to fill a vacancy on the Board of Appeals. I have no doubt that Anna will show up at every meeting. She has a schedule here, and really help out in more ways than just what I know. So Mahalo, Madam Chair, hopeful for a positive review. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Ms. Lee, would you like to say the first one?
young kids, not as worried in the world. She's one of the hardest working people that I know. I think she uses some perspective of obviously integrity, she's very sensible, does the research, shows up, and so I know that you're going to be this asset for the
Yeah, so it's great to see you here. For Board of Appeals. And it is a big lift for this one for sure. The work that's still happening on Board of Appeals, and I think we're perfect for that board. So thank you for looking forward. Just a question for you. Board of Appeals, in terms of vacancies, is this only one that remains?
Yes, sir. There's one more vacancy.
Beyond
Her, yeah, she would fill the second. There are two vacancies. She'll fill one. There'll be one more remaining.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
so much. Anybody else? On your right, Mr. Drew, I really appreciate you stepping up. Nice to meet you. You are in the district that I represent. And yeah, look forward to seeing your volunteers here. So thank you so much. With that, all those in favor? In closing file on Communication 911, consent for table nomination of Anna Liu for the Board of Appeals to the full council. Please say aye. Mr. Cook, any opposed? Mr. Cook, you have 7 ayes and 2 absent. Mr. Conley Feinfelder and Onishi. Thank you very much. Okay, now we will go to resolution 576.
The mayor would like to testify on resolution 576-26, Mr. Governmental. Reading, seeing none, we're reading resolution 576.
have here, the MOA as well as the program guidelines is still kind of a work in progress, and we kind of finalize some of the details. One of the things that they told me last week is that they're going to extend the deadline for us to distribute these funds. So we will have up until August 31st, 2026, rather than June 30th this month. So that gives us a much better timeline to get the funds out. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Do you have questions? Councilor? Yes.
Correct.
And then, would these individuals also be eligible for other benefits from the federal government, the SBA? I'm just curious about the package.
Yeah.
Where on some of those things, government, but I can only assume that folks are not people when it comes to that.
Correct. Yeah, so what we're trying to see, and that's the kind of discussion between us and UBET, is making sure that the duplication of funds, right? So their requirement is that you have to try and verify whether or not they've already gotten SBA, other types of sources, if it's for the same type of request. So, for example, if they're looking for rent relief, or 1 month's rent, that they haven't been able to operate for 1 month, have you already used that request with another entity? If not, then you're going to use to utilize these funds. So it won't be we're missing out on 1 month's rent, or we're trying to replace equipment or inventory that was lost. But that's still kind of the thing that we're trying to figure out. How do we verify that? If they have already applied for SBA, or if they've already applied for individual assistance.
The director was my information about application of the funds.
Yeah, so we'll actually be using the same system as like TAP grants. So it'll be under our funding opportunities page on our website.
The local court does sure. So,
Once we get this resol approved, then the mayor can sign on the MOA, and then all the governor's offices wait for that MOA to be distributed funds. It could be earlier than that because the governor's trying to close out the fiscal year on their side. Yeah, so how this will work is once we get the application live, so we expect hopefully July 1st will be the whole thing distributed to us. It's as on a completion basis. So what we'll ask is your financial statements, your organizational documents, and it's going to be based off of submitting a complete application. Because we're not going to go in to kind of assess, whether or not your invoice that you got from your contractor or whatever is accurate. We're just looking for you submit all the information that was required for this application, and does it justify the request that you're asking for? Yeah, now that we have time, we will definitely want to do that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any questions? Councilmember?
Sure, it was just a question on the timing, because
Sure.
this is the original path that the resolution was originally used, right? With the deadline of June 30th. First reading, second reading, we only had about 7 working days to issue all the things, so.
Yeah, so that's why the other counties had requested me that we had the same issue. They're like, we can't get it out in 30. So luckily last week we did provide a better update on flexibility and the timeline. So we were very worried about that. So there's a lot of waiting on the defense part to get us that. Yeah, I was very worried myself.
Yeah, it was pretty nice to have address on your office, and I don't know, if you don't reach out, award all these grants, for a lot of time.
Yeah, so the reason why they actually have that 5% is because of the different jurisdictions, they're using different programs. And so their programs needed a additional fee to administer the program. Whereas for us, I told the director maybe we should just utilize the full 500,000, but it depends if I need to pay in overtime for my staff to process all these applications. So we want to keep that for now. Yeah. Yes, because that should be more distinction.
Yeah, because I don't think that probably like built about the
Yeah, so that revised date change is waiting for the Attorney General's review.
Well, hopefully we'll get it.
I hope so by the 17th, yeah.
Anybody else? Seeing no other lights, thank you so much. That we don't need to explore. All those in favor on Resolution 576, recommendation, say aye. Any opposed? We have 7 ayes, council members, Conley, Controller, and Manishi absent. Thank you so much. Let's jump down to Bill 164, please.
Anyone like to testify in Bill 164, please let me know. Hearing and seeing none, Bill 164 next draft is Article 13, Division 2, Section 69, Hawaiʻi County Code 19. Is on the city position as a related to the housing institution, requires council confirmation of the housing institution.
Chair, motion for Bill 164 to council with bill recommendation.
I have a motion by Councilor Eustace and a second by Councilmember Kirkowitz to forward the bill to council for council table recommendation. Not have the maker here, like,
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Chair, move to postpone Bill 164 to our committee hearing on June 16th.
okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Eustace and a second by Councilmember Kirkowitz on the motion to postpone. Any input? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of postponing Bill 164 to our 16th committee hearing, please say aye.
Thank you so much. We do have one testifier in Pahoa. So what we can do is we can start with our Pahoa testifier, or if we can introduce them, and then we can come back to Amadeo here and do the chamber, close us out. our next testifiers here in the Hilo Chamber, Amadeo Markov. Amadeo, when you're ready to begin, you can turn the mic on, introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you so much, and with that, Chair, those are all the testifiers you have for this item.
Oh, sorry, will you read it, please?
Yeah. Bill 165 initiates an amendment to Article 10 of the Charter of the County of Hawaiʻi 2024 edition relating to public access, open space, and natural resources preservation. Increases the annual allocation dedication to the public access, open space, and natural resources preservation maintenance fund from 0.25% to 0.5% of real property tax revenue. Removes the accrual limit for the fund, provides that all expenses from the fund must align with the fund's purpose, and authorizes the awarding of grants from the fund. Introduced by Councilmember Perkowitz.
Chair, motion to support Bill 165 for council to approve the motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Perkowitz and a second by Councilmember Eustace to forward Bill 165 to the full council with a favorable recommendation. I see that we have our property managers here from the Department of Finance, Ms. Artigola and Mr. Shapiro. And I will turn it over first to the maker of this bill, but letting everybody know that they aren't here to answer questions as well. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Chair, earlier this year, our office convened a summit called Pocket Practice, inviting individuals that are part of the county, standing up and supporting this program, community members who birthed the idea of a pond program and drove the ballot initiative to get the program in the charter, individuals that have been involved in every aspect of the land acquisition process, and nonprofit stewards who accept the kuleana of taking care of these properties so that they are preserved and cared for in perpetuity. Of the summit were just the lack of understanding and clarity about how to move forward on things when there's so much detail in the charter, it actually constrains the county's ability to implement. And that's caused a lot of frustration by our community partners. There was widespread agreement that the charter is more appropriate for the matters, ensuring that the program is there, that funding is allocated, and the details of implementation belong in the code. Especially if there is a need to adapt in the future and add additional activities that may have been forgotten, and we have found that out the very hard way over these last few years, that there are a number of activities in the charter that are actually missing that have really constrained the nonprofits' ability to do work. I'm putting this forward to start the conversation. What it does is it increases the amount of funding that's available for stewardship. We want this program to be successful. We want more lands to be acquired. And the reality is more financial resources will need to be available in order to properly manage those parcels. I've also removed the $3 million cap and then noted that any funds that were not spent will remain in that fund rather than going into the general fund so that monies can accrue. It's hard work. It's expensive to care for properties. I think we see that when we go through our annual budget and how little like Parks has to care for the hundreds of properties that are under its jurisdiction. I just want to make sure that our community partners have what they need to be successful. The timing on this is very tight. If we are to move on getting this onto the ballot, we would have to pass out a committee and get meetings at council. One of the things that I shared with the POMC Summit team, who I've been actively in communication with, every draft iteration of the bill, and we've had a few, including a whole rewrite that I did not advance. But I made it a point to be collaborative with folks that have shown up to the summit so that they're aware and can provide a not role in the legislation. But the idea was to get this bill passed so that it can be placed on the ballot. And in the interim, using the summer months to work on the code piece that would articulate all of the stewardship activities. So basically what was stricken from the charter would be moved into a code amendment that the council can begin to deliberate on after the bill to place this measure on the ballot is passed. We could also pass that code amendment, and then it would be there preemptively so that when and if the charter amendment passes, the voters support it. All of that stewardship activities in the code would automatically become law. So happy to answer any questions and just appreciate the support of community in wanting to do the hard work around ensuring the long-term, viability and sustainability of the support program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kirkowitz. Anybody else? Councilmember Villegas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Kirkowitz, for taking this up and creating a summit and getting everybody at the table. A lot of different voices, but similar passion and desire for the long-term stewardship of the plans. As I'm sure a lot of you have received a number of emails from very passionate and concerned people who have participated in this process and the stewardship of the lands or kind of the creation of the whole program. Having been a part of a nonprofit that relied on maintenance funds, I remember firsthand being there, being asked to provide a report on the work that had been done for the prior 6 months, but we never got the money. So you're trying to justify spends when you haven't gotten the money. So we have really come a long way in the last 8 years, and the transitioning of the funding from Parks and Rec to finance was great. In trying to get clarity on, the good, the bad, and the ugly, or if it's the good, the great, and the better, it sounds like the intention of this legislation, everything got put in the charter, right? Which has been cumbersome, which has created a lot more work that is necessary. So the goal is to simplify what's in the charter and then add something to the code so we don't lose, that's what I'm hearing from constituents, is this fear that things are being taken out and that it would become a loophole or create negative consequences. My concern, I would like to see all that happen. It's just on the timing, right? We're done December 7th at 12 noon. So that's, a charter amendment comes on the general election, correct? So that doesn't happen until November. So I guess I have concerns, unless we have the code amendments happening concurrently, I just get concerned that the charter amendment could pass and we're not here to follow up with the code amendments. Maybe it's control issues, maybe it's just because life happens and things fall apart, but I think it leaves us very vulnerable as a county if the code changes aren't concurrent. So that's my concern here is the timing. Is it possible? And yes, another 2 years to have to wait would really stink. But in your wisdom, I've heard you say many times, doing it right is more important than leaving us vulnerable by removing things
in
and
the Eagle
then
locker room
they don't get put
between
out there
Jalen
to
Hurts
go.
and AJ Brown, and yes,
So
it involves a
those are
woman,
kind of my
but
thoughts.
not
Thank
exactly
you, Councilmember
how these
Davis.
stories
Councilmember
typically
Yama.
go.
Thank you, Councilmember Cruz,
AJ
for
Brown at the time, I
introducing
guess.
this bill and reading through some of the testimony provided, expressing concern about removal of some of this language from the charter. I do think removal from the charter and into the code is more appropriate.
According to the story that's now out in public that we're reading from.
And the meat, I would say, of what the maintenance fund is and how we are allocating money there, what the whole point of this section is, remains in the charter. So I wholeheartedly support this. Following up on Councilmember Davis's comments, I do think we should have a companion bill soon to march through prior to the end of this term. Assuming that this will pass, and even if it doesn't, perhaps just having the mirrored language there in the code, even if it does pass, language that doesn't conflict with what is in the charter. The purpose of the maintenance fund is in the charter, but I think this cleanup is really good. I don't think any other section of the charter is as nitty-gritty as this, so to put it in line with how we normally do things, it is a good approach, so I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember Yama. Councilmember Kimball.
Yeah, thank you for raising this for discussion. I've had an opportunity to have some conversations with the pond commissioner that represents my district, and she's given me some creative ideas about this. I will agree with Councilmember Inaba that this section of the charter has always stood out to me for its level of detail, which is just unusual compared to other sections of the charter. I'd like to hear from finance, just to give us a little background on what is the current income, roughly year to year, that we've been getting with the for the stewardship funds, and how much we have rolled over in recent years.
Okay, thank you. Leah Pikai, Director of Finance. Yeah, so currently what is going to be budgeted for next year rate is a 0.25% is $1,396,750. That's what will be going into the fund. About actually 1.8 million budgeted for this coming fiscal year with all of the plans and stuff that we have in place. Historical spend is about 500,000, but we do forecast that will increase over the years. Yeah.
So speaking on behalf of the finance department, are you folks okay with the increase and the removal of the cap?
I think we're generally supportive of the increase, knowing that we have to, we are, the
aggressively purchasing a lot more properties than previously. But I think with kind of the fiscal responsibility in mind that we've kind of been talking about this whole budget season, it's more of like if we could make it a budget neutral where instead of bumping it with maybe pulling either from the preservation fund or with the understanding that if we did run out of money from board maintenance that we could pull it from that fund. Like it has a lot more money in that fund. That maybe that would be a better way to have flexibility. And then just the last concern is basically that if we are in a shortfall, you know, are we able to have some flexibility to maybe take some of those funds that we don't need for mandatory maintenance and something that we could use to save maybe a program, you know, another program on the other side.
Yeah, I like that idea of having some flexibility, and I think that that's something that can be incorporated into what Councilmember Kirkowitz has been put forth with some, you know, minor changes. I have been concerned as well that the more properties we have acquired, particularly some particularly large parcels, that money is not going to be sufficient to cover our kuleana to protect that space. Especially, I know in Councilmember Huston's district, you have Ponk parcels that have had no stewardship or maintenance. In fact, people don't even know that they're Ponk properties. We have other easements and stuff that the county has ownership of that have not been maintained. So I do see the need for more funds in this, and as well as additional flexibility. I'd like to hear, thank you, Deputy Director. If I may just ask our open space, Mr. Shapiro, if you'd come up and just reflect on this a little bit and give us your thoughts on the changes.
Hi, Ben Shapiro, Ponk Program Manager. Just being asked in general, my thoughts, I would echo Malia's sentiment and just overall the Department of Finance's sentiments that, you know, we do have plans for increased management costs, so additional resources would be useful. But, you know, we were thinking about how could we possibly, again, as Malia said, make the budget neutral, where we would possibly have some flexibility between the acquisition fund and the maintenance fund to be able to possibly pool those resources, combine those resources in some way to allow more flexibility to avoid larger budget impacts for the county. Okay. And I think just one comment, talking about historical spending, you know, we have consistently been at the threshold of $3 million for a number of years. So I think, you know, the funds are there. And, you know, speaking to Councilmember Hughes, what we need is more stewards. You know, that's what we really need, especially as we acquire more property and take on more management responsibilities. Having more partners from the community and more stewards aligned would be very helpful.
Yeah, agreed. And I think if we could provide assistance, and I know that this is something you folks are kind of working on and helping potential stewards develop robust management plans. I mean, I think over the years, the different stewardship organizations that I've seen really run the gamut from having a very detailed plan, knowing exactly what they're going to do, to really having no real sense of the work. And so, you know, that's one of the bits of feedback I've gotten from commission members is we should, as the county, provide more support to potential stewards in developing those management plans because we do have some of those resources. So to Councilmember Kirkowitz, I'd be curious in your thoughts about this flexibility. I could see that being very good, but also very bad, you know, without the appropriate guardrails. So I'd be interested to know if you've considered it a little bit, your thoughts around that. I will say, just kind of to echo my colleagues, Inaba and Villegas, I would want to see the code amendment before, and I'm willing to pass this today so that we continue to have conversations about it and give you time to present that to us. But I would not feel comfortable passing this forward until I also saw the code amendments. And I do see the merit in doing that, but I wouldn't be comfortable until I had that in front of me, at least for consideration. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kimball. Councilmember Galimba, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So, thank you for doing this work, Councilmember Kirkowitz. I totally agree on the simplifying the language in the charter part of it, and I think you've made a good stab at it with the language that you have here in keeping it simple and yet capturing the essence of what needs to be articulated. There may be some tweaks. For me, actually, the part that I kind of get stuck on is the increase of to 0.5%. I mean, I'm very supportive of the maintenance fund and see that it could go up in the future, but we're not seeing it now. So would definitely be interested in revenue neutrality, perhaps, so that we're not taking more money out of the general fund at the time when we are really needing it. Or perhaps doing these changes in the charter to provide more flexibility so that more folks can apply potentially for the maintenance fund. And then if we see the need in another 2 years, raising that 0.5%, or coming up with another way to provide those funds as necessary. And I know it's complicated, but that for me is that's kind of the sticking point, is that we don't, at this point, we're having trouble finding people to apply, and yet there's all this money. So that's perhaps it isn't a matter of not enough money so much as providing that flexibility and encouragement to folks to be the stewards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Galimba. Councilmember Eustis, and then back to the maker.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the conversation and appreciate this bill before us, and really in support of the PUNC program, the acquisition process. Not really that familiar with the maintenance side of it, for sure. I mean, we in the Kohala region, a lot of projects sit on the list, never been acquired. Some have been acquired, some are in the process in all different facets, and many have not gone after the maintenance fund themselves for one reason or another, for sure. And I think there's a way to maybe make that a little bit more accessible to community members down the road. Where I'm getting caught up on maybe some of the nuances between, and it's already been talked about to a certain extent, where we have a larger percentage for acquisition, and we've been actively, under this administration, been actively going after projects, and we've been, as a body, we've been pushing on some of these, and grateful to see some of those renewal and resolutions to really push the point on some of these properties that have been languishing for some time. I think at some point, and this is some conversation that's happening on community, at some point, there may not be as much to acquire down the road. There is that possibility at some point, right? And so where I'm looking at the 0.25% to increase into 0.5% on the maintenance is maybe it should be a transition from the overtime, a transition from the acquisition fund. So that does balance that scale out a little bit more, right? So we have greater percentage of acquisition shifting to a smaller maintenance right now, but then balancing that scale over time so that that higher percentage becomes more on the maintenance side after all the projects have been acquired, and there's more funding to do the stewardship engagement, support the stewards in those areas. So at least that's where my mind is at when it comes to kind of seeing these numbers and seeing, well, that scale needs to kind of flip maybe the other direction down the road, and maybe it's a 0.25% increase to maintenance over 10 years so that it kind of shifts the scale over time. Just where my mind is kind of thinking about how to deal with some of these finances over time. But that's considering the less opportunities to acquire down the road as well. So just a food for thought in that space. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Eustis. Councilmember Kirkowitz, would you like to speak again?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the great feedback. I really appreciate the robust discussion. I did consider what we would do in terms of drawing the line on how much money should be going into the maintenance fund, just considering what our general obligations are as a county going forward. But I had to get this bill out there, and we needed to have this conversation. I can work with the finance department based on several ideas that were offered today about that transition, pulling from acquisition, considering economic factors, fiscal cliffs. We don't know what kind of financial situation we're going to be in. So I think it's important to provide that flexibility without, sacrificing or dipping into or canceling the bare minimum of that 0.25%. I think that's very important that we at least protect that. And if there's room to be able to do more, if there's demands for more maintenance because we've acquired more properties and there are more stewards, then the pot of money should grow kind of commensurately. So we can work on language. I'm seeing head nods from Malia there. Thank you. We've got a tall order ahead of us. The other thing I'll say is I need time to work with community on the code piece. It was my intention to put it forward as part of this process. And my goal is to submit it on July 6th. That would give my office and community partners and Corporation Council and all those at the county time to work on that together and also ensure proper review by the Legislative Research Branch. Filing it on the 6th means we would be able to discuss on July 22nd, the next committee. That would take us to, I believe, the third reading of this bill. And at that point, we can decide, do we want to move forward with the charter amendment or not, based on what we're seeing in the code provision? Okay. So I'm getting some nods that folks are liking that sort of track. Would love to hear your thoughts, Chair, but I do have my assignments here for me to continue to work on this. So it's something that everybody here on the council and the community can fully get behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kirkowitz. And I'm also happy to pass this forward to keep the discussion going and to keep us on the track if that's what we ultimately decide we want to do. I don't want to take that possibility off the table at this point. I do want to ask, could we have Malia, Deputy Director of Finance, could you please come up? I have one question that I think was just brought up in some testimony, and I just want to, I think, kind of maybe allay some fears here so that we can get past this. One of the testifiers said that the way that the current proposed charter amendment reads, the Director of Finance can use the money for county expenses, not necessarily funding the nonprofits. And I just want to kind of get your feedback. Is that how you interpret it? Is that how you read based on your reading of this? Because it's not necessarily how I read it, but I want to make sure.
Malia Kekai, Finance. Thank you. No, I don't think, I mean, legally, I'll lean towards Corp Council to make those calls on what it exactly allows, what it doesn't allow. But I would say practically, we wouldn't apply it that way, right? I mean, we always want to lean on our stewardship partners, but for the properties that don't have stewards, we do have to maintain them. So the county will be using those funds more, and I think that's kind of what the increased spend will be also moving forward. Is I think that historical spend has been 500, and that's mainly been grants. But what we've been kind of taking on is really more kuleana on our part of like, okay, what about all the other properties? There's, 10,000 acres out there plus, right? So really looking at that, and then we really want to do this assessment to see what really needs to be maintained. And once we get that off the ground, which will be this next fiscal year, then we'll have a much better idea of our planned spend and kind of what we would be really taking on fiscally moving forward. But I think, yes, like we will find the Department of Finance will need to spend some of those funds, obviously, because we need to maintain the other, I think it's 20 parcels that don't have stewards at this point, and that will continue to grow. And so, yeah, we kind of work both in tandem of like getting more stewards, but then also making sure that we're doing our part as stewarding the land as well.
Okay. So at this point, though, you're funding the one property manager that works directly on PONC stuff. Are you funding other positions with this money at this point?
No, only the program manager. The PONC program manager, Mr. Shapiro, is the only position that is currently being funded because it's completely dedicated, as the language states in the charter, completely dedicated to this program.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think as we look forward and look to code changes and kind of shifting more details into that area, it seems to me that looking at, approving and acquiring PONC properties that have no stewardship, behind them, obviously it's become problematic. And as Councilmember Hustis pointed out, maybe we want to, as we move forward, perhaps focus a little more on making sure we get those stewardship models in place. before maybe acquiring a lot more properties. So I agree with our, kind of looking at that, and I realize that's outside of what we want to put in the charter here. Did you want to add to that? Yeah.
Sorry, just one last thing, because you brought it up. It
Yeah.
actually reminded me that the position is actually funded through the preservation fund, the acquisition fund, which is interesting because in the charter it states for maintenance fund activities. So if you guys wanted to clean that up and make the funding put into the maintenance fund to fund the positions, that actually might be a better place for it to be, because that's actually what we'll probably need it for, is, team of one, maybe two, three, right? Like, as we acquire more and more properties, we will need more positions, right, to be fully responsible for this. So that might be something in the sense of, like, if we move that to maintenance fund, and then that's how the funding grows as well. Not that we, would have crazy amounts of positions, but, 2 or 3 to run this huge program as it grows, but within reason. So just an observation that we had yesterday as we were looking through of, like, oh, that's interesting that the money comes out of the preservation fund instead of the maintenance fund.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I am personally not really in favor of trying to grow a lot of positions in the county. I'd like us to try to figure out ways to get this money out to community and get it in the hands of people who do this work all the time and who are super passionate about their, community area, rather than us growing the government side of it. So, but yes, thank you so much for that information. And then to the maker, I think it was brought up that the term easement is used several times, but not necessarily with the term conservation before it. And maybe we want to make sure that we're talking about conservation easements. I don't think we're talking about easements that allow access necessarily, where we are talking about the conservation easements. And if I'm incorrect about that, you can correct me, but I think that would be a good addition if that's indeed what we're talking about here. So with that, I guess, do you have anything else to add, Councilmember Kirkowitz? No? Okay. With that, so let's go ahead and take a vote on this. We have a motion on the floor to move Bill 165 to the full council with a positive recommendation. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have 7 ayes with council members Connie Lee Kleinfelder and Onishi absent. Thank you so much. With that, we have 1 item left, Resolution 577. I'm going to pass the chair over to my colleague, Councilmember Hustis, as my vice chair, Councilmember Connie Lee Kleinfelder, is absent today, to do Resolution 577, which I've introduced. Thank you. The time is 10:02.
Thank you, Chair Kagiwara. I will be your presiding officer for the remaining piece of this committee meeting. Mr. Clerk, if you could read in next resolution and welcome testimony.
If anyone would like to testify in Resolution 577-26, please speak up now. Hearing and seeing none, Resolution 577-26 amends the rules of procedure and organization of the Council of the County of Hawaii by adding a rule relating to Native Hawaiian law training. It requires council members to complete the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Native Hawaiian Law Legal Training, introduced by Councilmember Kagiwara.
Chair, motion to approve Resolution 577 and send it to full council with a favorable recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to forward Resolution 577-26 to Council with a favorable recommendation. Motion made by Councilmember Kagiwara, second Councilmember Galemba. Councilmember Kagiwara, floor is yours.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So I was fortunate enough to finally get to take this 2-day free online training in early May. It was very good overview, very good detail on some critical things that we're often looking at, right, as far as council members here. It was great information about just general Hawaiian history, public land trust, traditional and customary Native Hawaiian rights, water and public trust doctrine, and Iwi Kupuna, the ancestral remains information. Really amazing speakers. This training is put on by the Kauhuli'au Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law out of the Richardson School of Law, in collaboration with our Office of Hawaiian Affairs. And I just thought, I really wished I had basically been made to take this a little earlier, like maybe my first term in office or my first year in office, because I think the information is so critical. And I know many people here have, have great information and knowledge on lots of parts of these, but I think it would be a really nice baseline for all council members to have when looking at especially issues with, having to do with land and water and development and things like that. So like I said, it's a free training. There is support from Chair Kai Kahele from OHA for us that was submitted as testimony for us to go ahead and pass this. And I'd love to hear from people about their thoughts on this. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kalimba?
Thank you. Thanks for putting this forward, Councilmember Kagiwara. I think I just wanted to maybe ask a friendly amendment concept. I think I had to take it for Planning Commission, so maybe some language in there about, or other reasons that you might have taken it before, and possibly even or equivalence kind of language, perhaps for someone who's maybe we might have a specialist in Native Hawaiian law sitting here at some point where it would be just completely, baby stuff for that person. So yeah, just some thoughts. But generally, it is a great training and great knowledge to have. So support the general idea.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kimball.
Yes, also had just one mini recommendation for a friendly amendment, which is just to say that we're relying on another entity to provide this training, which we don't have authority or jurisdiction over. And so just a when available statement. If for some reason they discontinue the availability of that program, I wouldn't want to see anybody in violation of the rules just because that entity is no longer providing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Villegas.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. In my first term, I had the privilege of serving with council members Miley David and Karen Eoff, and attending the in-person training at UH Manoa, which was really cool because they give Karen and Miley credit for being part of the inception of the Native Hawaiian Law Program with their work with the Pash decision and the Kapa'akai case and whatnot. So that was just a highlight to get to be there with those two manawahine. But throughout the years, then COVID hit. And so then things went to Zoom, which kind of changed the nature of the training. But I really appreciate the conversation and these little nuances because, it is put on by another entity outside of us. But I think it would be incredibly beneficial to anyone serving in this role. And I also didn't we do something to kind of recommend people being nominated for boards and commissions to also look into that? In our code, so that it creates, I want to say level playing field, but that doesn't really, but there's a standard of knowledge and understanding. And I firmly believe that if you don't understand the history of this place and how we got here, it's really hard to make decisions for the future. And what do they say? Insanity is making the same decisions and expecting different outcomes. So when we identify how we got here, we can ideally avoid some of those same patterns. But I'm wholeheartedly in support of this. I think it would be really beneficial. I have the books from this training in my office, and they've been fantastic resources for direction, value systems, legal frameworks, and also I appreciate, Councilmember Kalimba, there may be at some point a person sitting here who that's just small potatoes or such manini knowledge for them, but I still think there's value because that person in attending or participating could have that much more to contribute, and in the relationship building amongst all of us. So just my 3 cents for the morning. I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Inaba.
Thank you, Councilmember Kagiwara, in support. I think the last time we had something similar like this, it was naming the specific kahuliao training. So this reference to the OHA training, whatever it may become, whether it's kahuliao or something else, is nicely done. And I think in HRS it's twice a year that they're required to put it on. So there's opportunity, ample opportunity for people to engage. I think my only question is how we go about enforcing this. So if there might be language and who's to keep track, if it's the clerk or the chair, and what happens if people don't do the training. But besides that, happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kagiwara, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those good suggestions. We can kind of clean them up. Yeah, we have the mention of you've previously taken it on the council, but we can maybe expand that a little bit to be if you were on another board or commission where you took the training, and understood that, yeah, there may be people that come with a vast amount of knowledge. But yeah, we would love for everybody, as Councilmember Villegas, I think, was mentioning, to kind of have this baseline where everybody can speak off of. And I will look at the keeping track. Thank you, Councilmember Inaba. And then the when available, we tried to work a little bit with how exactly we put in this with LRB. We'll try to massage that a little more, maybe go back and see if we can do that as Councilmember Kimball suggested. So thank you all for the friendly amendments. I can work on them, and hope maybe we can pass this out of here today, and then I will bring all the friendly amendments to the next reading. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Thank you. All right. So I did this a year ago, stepping into the role for the first time here. So it was a good opportunity, and always looking for these other opportunities for continuing ed and just opportunity to expand knowledge in different spaces. So I thought it was a good touchstone point. And I know it was offered again pretty recently. So always looking for those opportunities to take these again and just always brush up on different things. So thank you for bringing this forward. With no further discussion, all those in favor of forwarding Resolution 577-26 to Council with a favorable recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, you have 7 members in favor. Mr. Kanuli Kleinfelder and Mr. Onishi are absent. A motion passes. And that brings us to the end of the agenda. We are adjourned at 10:12. Thank you very much.
Check, check. Lorena, just checking in if possibly you are able to send captions at this time. Check, check. Checking for captions. Check, check. would probably be a good idea to turn on the stream audio so that I can actually do the captions test, sending out test. Lorena, if you hear this, can you please send us something? Thank you. Bye-bye. Should also probably test the audio via the YouTube. Test. Levels check. 1 1. Check 2. 1 1. Levels check. Stream health is high. Sound bar is set. Check on the YouTube. Check. Lives check.
Aloha, welcome to the 37th session of the Committee on Finance. I am your Vice Chair and Presiding Officer for today's committee meeting, James Eustace. We are here in the Hilo Council Chambers at 11:30. I am joined by council members Kimball, Galimba, Villegas, Inaba, Onishi, Kirkowitz, and Kagiwara. And Mr. Connolly Kleinfelder is absent today. And with that, Mr. Clerk, if you could start us off with any testimony.
There's no testifiers for your committee this morning, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. If we could go to the first communication then, please.
Last chance, if anyone out there would like to testify in communication 24.35, please speak up now. Hearing and seeing none, communication 24.35, report of change orders authorized April 1 through 15, 2026, from Finance Director Diane Nakagawa, dated May 12, 2026, transmitting the above report pursuant to Section 2-12.3 of the Hawaiʻi County Code.
Chair, motion to close file on communication 24.35.
We have a motion and a second to close file on communication 24.35. Motion made by Ms. Kirkowitz, second Mr. Onishi. Members, any discussion on communication 24.35? We do have our finance team here and respective members from departments. No questions from the body. I do have one question for Ms. Kalu Lewis, please, if you don't mind, for DPW. Or Director Sagawa, you're welcome to come on up as well. Sorry, you were hiding there behind Mr. Kellner, so. All stacked in the back there. All right.
Good morning, Kelsey Kalua Lewis, Public Works.
Good morning. Just a question on the packaged air conditioning unit.
Mm-hmm.
What are the, let's see, this is an amendment for an extension of time, correct?
Yes, correct. So it's to extend the rental for a 6-month period.
And what are the next steps after this rental of this unit?
So the next steps, building is working on the best solution to either, I believe it was to either replace or fix the current chiller up there. They're in the process of working on that project right now.
And this extension to the end of September gives enough time for that permanent fix, to your knowledge?
At this point, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate the
welcome.
time.
Thank you.
Of course. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of closing file on communication 2435, please say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, you have 7 members in favor of closing file on communication 2435. Motion carries. Oh, sorry, 8 members.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you. Got it.
If anyone would like to testify in communication 24-36, please speak up now. Hearing and seeing none, communication 24.36, report of change orders authorized April 16 through 30, 2026, from Finance Director Diane Nakagawa, dated May 14, 2026, transmitting the above report pursuant to Section 2-12.3 of the Hawaiʻi County Code.
Chair, motion to close file on communication 24.36.
We have a motion and a second to close file on communication 24.36, made by Ms. Kirkowitz, second Mr. Onishi. Members, any questions on this particular communication? Ms. Galimba, please.
Thanks. This is for DPW. I just wanted to ask about item 11, the park expansion and improvements.
For parks. Councilmember?
Oh, is it? So parks, sorry. What's DPW it says here?
It does. You are right.
Good morning, Charmaine Felipe, Business Manager for Parks. So although it says DPW, it's just that the contract runs through DPW.
Okay. Thanks. So I just wanted to ask about a little more detail on this. Is this added on that you sort of, I see that it's for hazardous soil remediation, expand new comfort station, et cetera. So just wanted to ask about like the process for this. Is it
Sure.
just, as you were starting to do it, you saw more things needed to be done, or was it sort of just costs higher cost or what?
Sure, thank you for that. So this is in addition to change order 4. Change order 4 had to deal with testing of the soil and disposing of it, which caused now change order 5, where we had to purchase base course and topsoil to cap off the piece of grass that was removed, or the exposed dirt had to be capped off with base course and topsoil. And also for the comfort station, when this went to the permitting process, it came back that we needed to add additional stalls to the comfort station.
I see. So was this all sort of, well, you said there's like 4 and 5 and then this. So I kind of remember us talking about soil remediation earlier.
Yeah, the earlier one was the testing and the disposal. So now this section is to remediate the section that had the contaminated soil.
And this was all sort of like the plantation era
Yes.
type
Yes.
soil contamination. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks so much for the detail.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Glimbo. Any other questions from the body? Ms. Felipe, I actually have a question for you regarding that. Thank you. So change order 4, which you discussed with Councilmember Galimba, I was because we just talked about this recently, so I went back and looked at that date. So May 4th, we were talking about Communication 2433 about Waikeuka Park and the testing and soil remediation. That contract says it was $10.7 million, though, the original contract. And here it's showing that the contract was $4.8 million. Are they different? Are these the same contracts? I'm just seeing a different original contract figure.
So there's 2. There's a contract and a state contract, which totals 10.
So they were combined in a previous?
Yes.
Okay. Is that typical that we're combining the state contract with the county contract work then too, to present that total? I guess I've not seen it that way where we have the contract kind of being lumped together. So really the county portion, the county contract's 4.8 million.
Yes.
Okay. So does that, but then the percentages of the original contract would change, right? If it's, that's where I'm seeing some confusion in the numbers here, because it shows a percent of original contract. Like if you did change order 4, that 1.1 cumulative change order is 10.5% of the original of 10 million. Is that equivalent to what we're showing here then?
So this change order brings the overall percentage to 17.16%.
Okay.
So as far as how it was broken up, it's consistent with the previous change order.
Okay. But this one didn't include the state contract in it then, as compared to change order, how change order 4 was laid out, it didn't really include that state contract, correct? For what we see in change 5.
It did, as far as I can see on what's written on the form that was submitted.
Okay. But not in terms of what we see here in the communication though. It just shows the county contract, I think.
Oh, I see. Correct. That may have been
Okay.
written.
I'm not, yeah, because we would show both contracts together then
Right.
possibly, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Director Nakagawa, anything else? Sorry. Thanks, Ms. Felipe. I appreciate your work on this here.
Good morning, Diane Nakagawa, Finance Department. Councilmember Hustis, I will go ahead and review the previous one that you're referencing, but normally any changes are with the contract number that is stated. So we don't normally combine contract for totals for this particular purpose of reporting. the reflections on the percentages are with that contract and contract total. So there may have been an error in the previous one, but this one should be the total for this contract, and the 38% should reference the cumulative change order. But we will go ahead and review the previous to make sure.
No, I appreciate that. And but it's not normal that we would see the state contract on there. That's straight. They were combined in the previous communication.
Right, I'll go, it's not, and I'll go
Okay.
take a look at that. Normally, what's listed in the change order report should reference the contract, the exact contract that we're making a change to,
Sure.
and the percentage of that contract.
Yes, got that. Thank you so much, Director.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Ms. Felipe, one more question on a different project. Thank you.
Sure.
With regards to, let's see, contract 12876 on the re-roofing and repairs for a number of facilities.
Yes.
There's a couple gyms, community center, play courts. What is the timeline for the construction work that's laid out?
That I'm not sure of. I can get back to you
Okay.
with that.
Because with a number of different facilities, I'm sure that you have an engineering partners is doing all of the replacement work for all of these different facilities?
They are consultant for all.
Just the consultant, okay, and so there's be subcontracts for the construction work under them?
The construction work gets bid out separately.
Okay, bid out separately.
Once they're completed.
Okay, so they're just doing a design analysis?
Yes.
Okay. So this is specifically just for designing the roof repairs at these facilities then?
And this change order actually is for the fire alarm system at one of the gyms.
So kind of adding that on top of this, yeah?
Yes, because after their inspection, the system cannot be repaired. It has to be replaced.
Got it. That's good to know. Okay, thank you. So we'll probably see future work going forward after they're completed all of their consultant design work. Got it. Thank you, Ms. Felipe. Any other questions, Body? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of closing file and communication 24.36, please say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, we have 8 members in favor. Mr. Carnegie Kleinfelder is absent.
If anyone would like to testify in communication 574.2, please speak up now. Seeing and hearing none. Communication 574.2, second quarter report of non-capitalized donations, January 1 through March 31, 2026, from Finance Director Diane Nakagawa, dated May 12, 2026, transmitting the above report pursuant to Resolution 200-25.
Chair, motion to close file and communication 574.2.
We have a motion to close file and communication 574 in a second. Motion, Ms. Kirkowitz, second, Mr. Onishi. Any discussion on this communication? 574.2. Hearing none. All those in favor of closing file and communication 574.2, please say aye. Any opposed? Mr. Clerk, you have 8 members in favor. Mr. Kleinfelder is absent. Motion carries.
If anyone would like to testify in Resolution 575-26, please speak up now. Hearing and seeing none, Resolution 575-26 authorizes the acceptance of all donations of securities or personal property not covered under the capitalization procedures of the Department of Finance that are received during the fiscal year ending June 30, 2027, provides County Council pre-authorization for the county to accept donations that are not covered by the Finance Department's capitalization procedures for fiscal year 2026-2027, introduced by Councilmember Connie Lee Kleinfelder by request.
Chair, motion to forward Resolution 575-26 to the Council with a favorable recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to forward Resolution 575-26 to Council with a favorable recommendation. Motion made by Councilmember Kirkowitz, second, Councilmember Onishi. Members, any discussion or questions on this reso? Director Nakagawa, do you just want to give an overview of this one?
Thank you, Diane Nakagawa, Finance Department. As with the item before, this is something we bring to the council annually to allow us authorization to accept upon receipt, and then we'll go ahead and do a quarterly report as in the previous item. So normally this time of year, we'll come forward asking for us to be able to do that for non-capitalized items. And then you'll see the quarterly report throughout the next fiscal year.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions? Councilmember Kirkowitz.
I'll just note, this was actually the brainchild of former Council Chair Aaron Chung. Finance Committee had to deal with a number of resolutions regarding donations to the county, and it actually inhibited the ability of a department to utilize the donation because we first needed to accept it as a body. And so this has created so much efficiencies within our processes and has eliminated a lot of unnecessary paperwork, so folks can do other things that are pressing within the county. So it's a great way that we've created efficiencies within our system, and then with the quarterly reporting, it ensures transparency of what's been given and an opportunity to thank those who have made a donation to the county. Thank you.
That recommendation forward is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilmember, for the history. All right. Any other questions? Okay, members, all those in favor of forwarding Resolution 575-26 of Council with a favorable recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Clerk, you have 8 members in favor. Councilmember Connolly Kleinfelder is absent. Motion carries. And then, Mr. Clerk, at this time, I'll be passing the gavel over to Chair Inaba for the last item on today's agenda. Thank you.
We can proceed with Bill 163.
Oh, sorry, Chair. If anyone would like to testify in Bill 163, please speak up now. Hearing and seeing none, Bill 163 amends Chapter 19, Article 8 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, 2016 edition as amended relating to real property taxes, establishes a real property tax dedication for certain properties that are owned by a descendant of a person who owned the property at least 100 years ago to be subject to a minimum tax. Introduced by Councilmember Eustis.
Chair, motion to forward Bill 163 to Council with a favorable recommendation.
Moved by Councilmember Eustis, seconded by Councilmember Onishi to forward Bill 163 to Council with a favorable recommendation. Councilmember Eustis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm honored to introduce Bill 163 today, which would establish an Aina Kupuna dedication program. First, I want to thank my legislative assistant, Elwin, and our real property tax administrators for the conversation, for their efforts and involvement in bringing this policy proposal together for you. Really at the core of this bill is about preserving generational family lands and helping local families navigate our rising cost of living. And across our island, many of our families continue to care for lands that have been passed down through the generations. These properties are often more than financial assets. They're places of history, culture, identity, genealogy, and community connection. And so as property values and taxes increase, and assessments increase, some families face this growing difficulty of holding on to these passed down and inherited lands. And in some cases, these pressures contribute to the loss of these properties that remain in their families for generations. Once these lands leave, the culture, history, familial connections tied to them can be difficult to reobtain and sometimes impossible to restore. So Bill 163 seeks to address one aspect of the challenge by creating a voluntary 10-year dedication program that provides significant property tax relief for qualifying descendants of longstanding landowners. Eligible properties will be taxed at the minimum real property tax rate during that dedication period, and certain penalties and interest on recent delinquent taxes could be waived. So as stated in the bill, the qualifying properties must be 20 acres or less, owned by descendants of a person who owned the property before January 1st of 1926. Ownership must remain within the family, and the property must continue to meet those program requirements. The bill also protects agricultural uses. Importantly, this proposal is not without precedent. Maui County established an Aina Kupuna program in 2021, and the City and County of Honolulu also considered similar legislation. So Bill 163 builds upon these concepts that have already been developed elsewhere across the state, while adapting them to our unique circumstances here on Hawaii Island. But unlike Maui and Honolulu, the Honolulu measures, which are generally limited to the properties located within the special management areas, this proposal recognizes that many of our Hawaii Island's generational family lands are found in rural agricultural communities, ranch lands, Mauka areas. So the bill also establishes a lower tax threshold for participation and focuses specifically on properties with ownership histories dating back before 1926, reflecting a long-standing connection for many local families that have had their lands that they even steward today. This measure is not intended to solve every challenge facing families with generational lands. I also appreciate the testimony that was received highlighting that the impacts of losing agricultural lands are not solely economic. For many families, these lands represent a living connection to their history, culture, genealogy, and the sense of place. And so preserving these connections strengthens communities and helps ensure that future generations maintain ties to lands that sustain their kupuna. So I do welcome the discussion on how to make this program more effective, more accessible, and maybe some questions about this. I believe this proposal deserves some thoughtful discussion on this as well. So I look forward to working with my colleagues and see how we can implement some program to this effect. And I welcome the feedback and input from our real property tax administrators here. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Before we go to other members, do you folks want to chime in right now? No? All right. Councilmember V, I guess.
First off, I just want to compliment Councilmember Hustis. That was really beautiful, what you just said, and the words that you used were poignant, very just really took into consideration so many elements of the connectivity to land and place and purpose and belonging. So I really enjoyed hearing you define the purpose and vision of this particular piece of legislation and the vision behind it. So interested to hear what the rest of my colleagues' pros and cons, where that leaves us, but the intentionality of it, and it just really resonates. So thank you.
Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hustis, for bringing this forward. I know that over the years, I've had several constituents point to the Maui legislation and city and county legislation and ask about doing something here. I'd like to dive into the numbers and just hear from our real property tax department. Have you identified how many parcels we're looking at, what the impact would be on revenues and any of those salient points?
All right, good afternoon. Lisa Muir, Real Property Tax Administrator, here with Keita Jo, Assistant Real Property Tax Administrator. We referred back to Maui County to see how many properties they have in their program, even though ours is set up a little bit differently, just to get a baseline, because our computer data has no way to tell us who today is related to an owner of a property from 100 years ago. So I'll be honest, I can't give you a realistic idea other than looking to Maui County, whose values are higher than ours. And theirs is focused on the ocean front, so it's going to be higher end properties. They have 36 applications currently in their system. There was only 5 new ones within the last few years. Their revenue loss in support of this program is $1,006,782 this past year. The average parcel received a tax break of $27,996.
Yeah, you bring up one of the questions I had about, like, and I don't know, Councilmember Hustis, if you've sort of done any evaluation, how difficult or easy do you think it may be for some of these owners to actually prove that historical connection? I know that we have challenges even tracking ownership within the last 50 years, much less the last century. Have you looked into that at all? Let me ask my other question too. The other question I had too was the around the definitions that are going to apply to this particular area of the code, and just to confirm that you or your legislative staff or LRB have kind of confirmed that there's not going to be any ambiguity created or conflict with respect to the agricultural dedication programs and those definitions. Just I understand maybe the need for a slightly different definition in this area, but I just want to make sure that there was a cross-check done to make sure there isn't going to be any gray area created there by having 2 kind of definitions in the same vicinity. That's all my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Eustace.
Yeah, so the two questions. Your first question about the history and kind of the genealogical tie to property. That's the most challenging for sure, right? And it's what is proposed in here is that onus and that responsibility falls upon the landowner. So it does not fall to our administrative staff to help families figure that out or clear the title. They need to come to the program with a clean title and really have that laid out. And so it does reference like the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, other opportunities to help track and other resources out there that may be able to help families figure that piece out. There really isn't an easy way to understand what the impact might be here. I mean, that's setting it back so far causes some challenges for sure in terms of our paper records and what we have as in digital documents. So that's definitely gonna be a challenge, what's proposed right here. But it does set some constraints too. So it may make it more challenging, but the impacts to revenues may not be as big possibly. I don't know. The agricultural definition should be mostly similar, if I'm not mistaken, on what is defined elsewhere in the chapter. So we're trying to align that so that agricultural use and production could also qualify in this space too.
Councilmember Kimball?
Yeah, thank you for those responses. I'm just spitballing this here with some of the other changes that we've made recently. The idea of putting a sunset date or having it be temporary, especially with these programs where we really don't know how many people might actually enroll and what the real fiscal impacts might be. I wonder if it would make sense in this particular case as well to have a 5-year maybe limit on it to start off, see how many people enroll, see what the impacts are. That's just because I think Councilmember Onishi has mentioned this before, like how difficult it is if something like this ends up being problematic to get the political will to roll it back. Just something to consider. I'm not married to the idea, but maybe just want to throw that out for conversation with the others. I think it's a little imprudent to propose something when we don't know what the impact will be and have really no way of assessing that. That's my thought. Thank you. Thanks again for introducing it.
Councilmember Kagiwara.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, overall, I'm really supportive of the idea. I do have some concerns about the unknowns. Yeah, I mean, given what we know is coming with our obligations financially, you know, I have brought it forth that I have other ideas to increase revenue that were not taken up this year, potentially that could help with a deficit of this sort. But I think the overall idea is really good. My biggest concern is just like the timing of it and the unknown part of it and our escalating financial obligations as a county in the next, 10 years. So I'm not sure if the 5-year thing is really the exact right way to do it. But it's an interesting thing to consider. I guess, yeah, I don't know what other ways, if there could be a cap or a limit on how much in the first year we spend and then look at that. I'm not really sure. But yeah, I do have some concerns just about the unknowns and the potential issues we may back ourselves into a corner with around this. So I've always, really liked what Maui did with this, and I'm happy to see you bring this forward. It looks like there's a lot of similarities there. Can you explain the 10-year part of this? I guess I can see that it's going back 10 years, but what does it mean going forward? for a property that enters this program. Can you explain that, please?
Councilmember Eustace.
So I think you're referring to the tracking back 100 years?
Oh, I thought you said a voluntary 10-year property tax program.
Right, so the program is a voluntary dedication for 10 years. So you'd have to enter into the program and you'd have that commitment of minimum property tax for 10 years.
Right.
And unless you violate kind of the program requirements in there. So there's then you'd be backed out of the program and there'd be penalties for that. But I think that was your question on the 10 years, correct?
Yeah, it was on the 10
Okay.
years, yeah. And so, but you can re-up for another 10 years and another 10 years. It's not limited to 10 years. I guess that's what my double.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I just want to understand here. Okay, so similar to some of the ag programs that have been proposed, you enter into it for a period of time in order to meet all those criteria, and then it allows you after that period, if you want to make some changes, you don't want to stay in the program, that's a time you can get out of it. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Yeah, I want to continue to discuss this and figure out how we can make it work. Thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Kalimba.
Thank you. Thank you for this legislation. I think it's a really great thing, and have had folks ask for something similar in my district. I'm just a little confused around the question of like agricultural tourism and farm stays versus residential rental uses for a term less than 6 months. What's your intention there? And also kind of, you know, we're all in the midst of short-term vacation rental consideration, so that that's a whole sort of ball of wax by itself. But I just wanted to understand what your thoughts are around the use of these lands for farm stays and short-term vacation rentals.
Right, so.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. So it's really the intent of not having those bigger commercial operations being, you know, qualified within this program, but anything that pertains to those agricultural uses about farm stays is allowable in this kind of this capacity here. Anything that revolves around the agricultural sector.
I see. So the residential rental use would be if it's something completely not involved with agriculture, that would not be allowed. But if it is a agricultural tourism or a farm stay, they could stay overnight and get some funds from that.
I think that's a question that we can work out if we need more specificity on the details on that and where you want to see this piece here. But it's really for the agricultural purposes. The commercial is not included, so it's basically saying that these other less than 6 months is not permissible, right? So.
Right. I see. Okay. Yeah, to think about that a little bit, and I'm not even exactly sure where we are as far as like Rose Hill and how that's going to play with this. But thank you for clarifying.
Councilmember Kirkowitz.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. You know, there's a lot of talk about revenue at this point. But I think what you're trying to deliver here is relief for a lot of our generational ohana that have found it very difficult to maintain their family lands. And with cost of living increasing and inflation, I think it makes sense to really entertain this type of program so that we can ensure that our local families can still call Hawaiʻi home. If there are issues that need to be worked out here in committee, I'm happy to do that now. If not, also happy to move it forward to council. I know that you have a great working relationship with your property tax office so that they can think through program mechanics. Administrator, I would be remiss if I didn't ask again, do you have the capacity and all the resources needed to implement this program should the council elect to move forward on it? because I feel like you understand and appreciate the intent of what is trying to be achieved here.
Yes, Lisa Muir, Real Property Tax Administrator. That's a loaded question. I'm sure my staff are watching and screaming.
Hi, you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So maybe I'll just share a little bit. Some of the problems that we have seen that have come out of the Kuleana program to provide a little bit why we're kind of stuck in the middle. We do want to see a program, especially like this, come forward, because for Kuleana parcels, they have to have been deeded and awarded as a Kuleana. And so what we've noticed in working with OHA, that after families have thought they've had a Kuleana parcel for all these years and maintaining the stewardship, and then they do their genealogy only to find out that award wasn't given as a Kuleana, they don't qualify. So I believe part of this stems from, and I can't speak for OHA, I saw they did do a long testimony about it written, that there was nothing really for these families to qualify. And so definitely to make it fair and equitable, I believe this is the program or the way to go through it. And since Maui had done it, I can understand. Differences that we do want to point out is the 80 years versus 100 years. This is 100 years, and I believe, 100 years, not 100, to make it, and I know when we discussed this part of it, it was, let's see what we get with the 100 years. And then maybe if it's not overburdensome, then the council can look at future at changing that. In addition, the property not larger than 20 acres was, most homesteads aren't very large. And what council member was trying to address in protecting. Is it going to be a burden? Yeah, it's another program. I can't pretend it's not. Is it one? And while Kate and I were walking over, I'm like, there's so many things that come up and everything is a great intent and I can see the pros and the negatives to it. I would feel very remiss to not support this in the terms of a real property tax administrator, not just for maybe trying to write some things that could be done better in our code, but seeing so many families being taxed off their property. And you hear it every time, mostly all testimonies, right? Like, what are you guys doing for locals? What are you doing for this? And this doesn't specify one ethnicity. It doesn't specify how long someone had to have been on the property, because you could have no homestead on it. It's not your main house. It could be family or property that you've taken care of for many years, such as agriculture property. So I would have to state that for the fairness and equity, and while we don't usually lobby, we are supportive over this program, even though I won't be here in 10 years when this is renewed, because I will be retired by then. So I can leave it open to Kata as well. How we implement it makes me a little nervous. There are some minor things we would clarify, just for the record, if it gets to county council.
Can you identify which sections you are feeling a bit challenged over and would like clarity or would like to suggest an amendment?
Sure. I'm not suggesting an amendment, just clarity for the record. I believe I know what the intent is on it, but just for the record going forward for future administrations or the public who may interpret something differently.
Okay, thank you.
On page 1, under the definitions, item 2, we do want clarification if this includes hosted rentals. The way our interpretation is it does not. It's any residential rental uses for a term of less than 6 months. Non-agricultural. On page 1, under eligibility, we just want to clarify for the record that we understand the penalties and interest would be waived, including the 2 years prior to qualification of that period. But if no taxes are paid during that period, once the 10 years ends, if there's no renewal, We wouldn't go back and assess for the penalties and interest, but we would going forward. On page number 2, under big A at the very top, we just want to clarify that our understanding is the property did not have to stay in that family for the last 100-year period, that the owner today is just providing genealogy to someone who owned the property in January 1st, 1926 or previously, and that they're not having to prove ownership all the way through remained in the family. And that's similar to how the Kuleana is, and that's how we read it, and that's more for clarification purposes. So if I'm wrong on any of these, Councilmember Hustis will tell me. And then the big one on page 2, little b at the very bottom under the petition process. The director may require the petitioner to provide the ownership today, at least 1% interest, one owner, something needs to be in the applicant's name as of today, not looking at the business side of it. And we want to clarify if that shows on our record there's unknown heirs or unknown owners, they can't come back and say, that's me, I'm the unknown person. It has to actually show in that person's name. And I can just see that coming up. So we wanted to clarify that's our understanding. It has to be in their name. And the last would be more of a comment under page 2, item 3. There's been a lot of discussion about agriculture, and we have had families reach out who read the bill that felt they would qualify, with the exception that they've been doing agriculture this whole time, so their tax bills have not been up to the $10,000. And so their concern is that they would not qualify for it, and if there was a way around that. When I read it, the $10,000 is right there, it's written, so I didn't know if that could be looked at in the future, so that they probably could qualify, because I believe that's the intent. And in one case that we're aware of, they will not be able to apply for the new agricultural program because they would not qualify. That's all.
Thank you. And I look forward to Councilmember Hustis confirming, clarifying all the points that you raised. What is a realistic next step in your mind?
Well, if council approves the bill, whether there's amendments or not, just makes clarifications on it so we know how to do it procedurally as far as administering the program. And then we would get the word out somehow on our website.
Okay. You wouldn't want to socialize this program idea before it's passed by the council?
Public hearings?
I'm just curious. Or not public hearings. I know that in the past you've done mailers just to get a temperature check, a pulse check in the community around folks' understanding, willingness to, take advantage of the program. I know folks here are like trying to crunch numbers at the same time. Who's going to take advantage of it? What is the financial, loss of the county? How do we make up that income gap elsewhere? So I'm just wondering if there's any sort of like public outreach that we do as we're discussing the bill, and seeing if there's any fine-tuning that needs to be done kind of following that engagement.
Yes, I like that idea. I don't necessarily know how we would go about noticing everyone, since I don't know who they are. If the value changes from less than 10,000, it would open it up to more individuals, but at the same time, it might be more fair because you have properties in the west side of the island. Obviously it's going to be very easy to hit that 10,000. On the east side, I do still think they have family significance, and maybe it won't hit that number. But how we get it out to every person, other than the assessment notice, that's our one big thing a year that we notice every single owner, lessee, addressee of the property, and that's over 140,000 mailings.
That's expensive.
It's expensive, and people will always have a lot of questions. Mm-hmm. And before, we're trying to get out the the Ag Kupuna program information now, along with everybody that needs to renew, that needs to go through a bid process. You know what I mean? Like by the time we get through all of that, you guys will be through the next several meetings. and it could change if amendments come forward. So I would love to know a good way to reach the public without it being a large expense where I could avoid procurement. I would appreciate knowing what that would be.
Yeah, and then, just a question for Councilmember Hughes, is the kind of community outreach that was done to inform this measure. I know that we've all received calls, looking for relief by Ohana, but I'm just wondering if socializing this idea to see who would take advantage, what questions they might have to help inform any amendments, if there are any. But thank you for being here. I appreciate having this discussion. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Eustace?
Yeah, I just want to, I know, Chair, I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. So I just want to thank everyone's input on this, and I appreciate Administrator and Assistant Administrator on your work here as well. Yeah, I know that receiving calls from community about how to provide relief is something we get often. So this was a way to look at through that real property tax mechanism as a means. Been kind of sharing this idea in community about what that might look like, but I think a lot of people struggle with their property and trying to track how far back it is in their family. So there's some really opportunity to expand information there for sure. Not sure what that quite looks like, but happy to kind of reach out to community and kind of see if there's any buy-in on something like this. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for introducing this. This was something that our office had started, but glad that you have finished it off. Question on the decision for 1926.
We were looking at dates. Maui County did 80 years, and they even had, I believe there was some amendment where they were going to do a rolling 80 years. I don't think that went through, but they were looking at a set 80 years back. And 80 years back, we're looking at post-war. So there's a lot of economic development, investment in the lands here and in the state and the counties. And that I really wasn't set on that time. I wanted to go a little bit further back than that. Oahu County, their proposal was 50 years back, and that didn't go forward, right? That was not approved as an ordinance there. So I really wanted to set a time pre-war that kind of tracked generations back or further, and I was just kind of set on those 100 years tracking back from now and what that looks like, kind of post-War One, pre-World War II, before significant investment in our communities here.
Okay, I think I just need a little more time on the date. I don't think I really have concerns about the structure that has been proposed, but I can remember when I was trying to imagine this, like what is the appropriate date, and I don't think I have the answer for that right now, but I'll think about it in the next couple weeks. But with that, any other discussion? Councilmember Eustace?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I mean, the date is, I think, important about how far back we go or look at, does it roll? What does it mean? Does it stay stagnant and then people have to track in 20 years, 120 years back? Those sort of things. So kind of maintaining that time and space there. Be happy to, I welcome any ideas on what that may look like. I just thought setting on that 100 years would be a significant marker in time from now when this could potentially be set in stone. So I appreciate any other thoughts you have on that. I just wanted to kind of go a little further back than what Maui had proposed there. But I do appreciate the conversation, so I would like to postpone this for further discussion here in committee. So
okay, just a moment.
Sure, thank you, Chair.
Just wanting to confirm because Administrator Mira brought up. So on page 2, big A at the top, for the record, whether this passes and people apply right away or people apply for it 10 years from now, the date that makes someone eligible is somebody, they are a descendant of someone who owned the property prior to January 1st, 1926. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll take your motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move to postpone Bill 163 to our June 16th committee meetings.
Moved by Councilmember Houston, seconded by Councilmember Onishi to postpone Bill 163 to the June 16th committee meetings. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 8 ayes, one absent. Councilmember Kaniali Kleinfelder. Bill 163 is postponed to the June 16th committee meetings. That brings us to the end of our agenda. This meeting is adjourned at 12:20 p.m. and we will continue on at 1 o'clock with our communications reports and council oversight committee. Mahalo.
go. Are you ready to go? Yep. Welcome to the 20th session of the Communication Reports and Council Oversight Committee here at the Hawaii County Building in Hilo, Hawaii. It's June 2nd, 2026. It's 1 p.m. And present here in Hilo are council members Kagiwara, Hustis, Kirkowitz, Onishi, Villegas, and myself, the chair, Michelle Galimba. Absent at this time, council members Inaba and Kimball. They should be joining us shortly. I'm sorry, council member Inaba will be joining us shortly. Council member Kimball and is excused, and council member Connie Lee Kleinfelder is absent, also excused. Let's see, let's go to oral public testimony. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just want to confirm that we do not have testifiers at your remote sites. We do have one here in the Hilo Chamber. Shelly S. Makalaha'i testifying on this communication. Shelly, when you get to the front, you can turn the mic on by hitting the green button at the base of the mic, introducing yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, aloha everybody. My name is Shelly Makalanako III of the Haʻiohana. I'm actually, my first to work employment was actually with the environmental management here at the county. And my job was actually interviewing people working at the transfer stations. So what I did notice was that it's not exactly the EPA, and that we don't really have a facility where we can go and, you know, look at actual environmental management issues. And so through these EPA webinars, brownfields, revolving funds, that it is possible to go. They do provide a infrastructure. We would just have to build it. Of course, like where would it be? Who would manage it? And it also correlates, say, with like the colleges, people studying OSHA, you know, occupational safety and hazard issues. So for environmental management, we do have certain issues here on the island of Hawaii, which includes, well, they had a watershed meeting recently. It was brought up there's actually still 3 military dump sites, 2 in Hilo Bay, 1 by Honolulu. We have issues of old sugarcane legacy chemicals like arsenic and whatnot, which there a lot of them are leases that are, you know, no longer operational. Some of them do have the Mahele titles, royal patents, crown land leases, things like that. So the issue of getting homeless Hawaiians off the street correlates with environmental management, because we want to look at where can we put homeless Hawaiians on the waiting list or whatever the dysfunctional problem is that causes the Hawaiians to suffer. So under Ua Mau Ke O I Kapono, to perpetuate the land in righteousness, that actually the environmental management division can fulfill that goal and the mandate to help with the plight of the Hawaiian people, but also to protect public health and safety here in Hawaii, and to assess every single environmental challenge we have before it gets worse. And we might be able to apply Superfund and different things, but I know that in the laws, it does say that the county is actually the one to access revolving funds
30
for
seconds, please.
you know, for situations involving infrastructure for that could apply to environmental management. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. And with that, Chair, those are all the testifiers you have.
Thank you, Mr. Araceli. Mr. Clerk, could you read in Communication 906?
Last chance, if anyone out there would like to testify in Communication 906, please speak up now. Hearing and seeing none, Communication 906, request an update and discussion with the Department of Environmental Management and the administration on the Ali'i Drive proposed sewer extension project from Councilmember Rebecca Villegas dated May 12, 2026.
Motion to close file on Communication 906.
It's been moved by Councilmember Villegas and seconded by Councilmember Onishi to close file on Communication 906. Councilmember Villegas.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Craig Kawaguchi up here. I said it right this time. And thank you for being here today. There were some hiccups and misunderstandings on my part about where we were in the process for the sewer extension between La'aloa and Kahalu'u and the contracts that were out and money that had been budgeted. So I just am grateful to have you here today in order for the public to hear the news on where we're at in that project and how things are moving forward. So if you would go ahead and share that for us, that would be fantastic.
So Craig Kawaguchi, Deputy Director DEM, and happy to say with all the hard work and especially on Jonathan Simmons, who was civil engineer. So thank him a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
But
you.
I'm happy to say that the contract is signed, funds encumbered, and we have the NTP. So
It's solid.
Solid.
It's solid. And just for a little bit of background history for council members, 2 years ago, under the Roth administration, $250,000 had been put in the budget to essentially hire a consultant to determine what the best course of action was for county to move forward in sewering that 1 mile strip there. Did we ever get the report back from Bowers and Kubota?
Hey, council members, my name is Jonathan Simons, Civil Engineer 3 at the Department of Environmental Management. So with regards to the existing contract, there's a extension in place until the end of June for that contract, and we have a draft preliminary engineering report, and we're looking to finalize that and get the final progress billing out by the end of this month.
Okay. Thank you. So it took them a lot longer than anticipated to get that work done. Would that be accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so where that left us was waiting for that report to come back before this next money. You know, last year we met with all of you, a lot of community advocates for the project and mayor's office to confirm the allocation of $350,000 for the next phase of the contract, which would be actually creating what the project would look like, right? So then we'd have the amount of money and it could get put on the CIP budget and moving forward with then finding the funding. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. But, and I'm going through this because I've heard so many different versions of the story, and unfortunately it's left a lot of the constituency and people that have been advocating for this and very passionate and, you know, done years of research and all different kinds of things. I want them to have a clear understanding of the timeline and where we are now. So that contract that was budgeted in this last fiscal cycle to cover was never, didn't go out or didn't go out to bid, and because it was partially due because we never got the results from Bowers and Kubota for the first contract, correct?
Yes, correct.
Great. But as this came to my attention and your guys' attention in the last few weeks, DEM hustled and got all the information they needed to, went out to bid, found a contractor, and in that timeline, in order to ensure that we didn't lose, you know, we're in budget cycles, right? So I was wondering if I needed to put that money in the next year, but I just want to thank you. They were able to get the contract, get the NPT done and signed and here, and so community can hear that we are moving forward in this next phase And they'll be working on the contract to create the actual project, correct?
Yep, the design, yep.
Okay, great. Because I won't be here after 6 months from now. And so this project, I am very hopeful that whoever gets the votes and gets to sit in the seat afterwards, and that DEM will continue to take this project forward because it is so vital to community health, safety, and whatnot. I did have just a couple of questions. I had promised you the map that shows the broader number of homes in that vicinity, because this project is based on, I think it's like 92 homes or something right on Ali'i Drive. But there are homes just Mauka of that are also on cesspools, and we all know where things go when they roll downhill. So that's something that would be great if we can, is to incorporate that in some way moving forward. And then I just had what would be the process then if we, because that contract only relates to the 92 homes, is there a process for expanding that to include the homes above, or
I think it would be a separate
separate
contract, yeah. Because
Okay.
if we did include it, then we wouldn't meet this
Okay.
deadline.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, and then seeing some really great progress coming out of Puako for the reefs and the private government and working together, right? We always get pushback about public-private, the Kono decision, all those different kinds of things, and I feel like that's become kind of a crutch and just a fallback of why no can, when really can, because the Kono decision doesn't relate to wastewater, and there are many examples and opportunities of collaborate work being done between public, private, and nonprofit organizations and philanthropists to get this done. So I'm hoping you guys have all this great information and are watching, and this can become the template, and they're all on board for supporting the program at Kahalu'u and garnering necessary resources and utilizing the template they're creating in order for it to be replicable. One second, I'll just finish my sentence. For it to be replicable island-wide, right, and statewide as a template, a positive solution for those kind of partnerships. So that's all I have. If anyone else has any questions.
Councilmember Kirkowitz.
Thank you. Thanks for your leadership on this, Councilmember Villegas, to make sure that we're getting this over the finish line as much as possible and passing the baton to your successor. I was curious, the Bowers and Kubota contract sounds like they were late to deliver on their scope, what they were contracted to do. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Is there a reason? And what is the recourse? Like, what are we baking into our contractual language to ensure that they're meeting the milestones that I assume they're setting as part of their scope of work?
So I think that's what we're in discussion with Corp Council. But also I think what happened too is with the engineers changing, and then we bring in new engineers.
On our side?
Yeah, our side.
Okay.
So I'm glad that we found
So
Jonathan.
that Mr. Simmons
Yeah.
could get it over the finish line.
Yeah.
Corporation Counsel Deputy, is there anything that you want to add to this conversation? I've seen, over my time on the council, just so many contracts with, different firms in the community. I don't always know if the delay is their fault or partially the county's to blame, but I'm just wondering, how do we ensure that all of the consultants we engage stay on track and deliver what they were contracted to do on time? Because so often the work that they're doing is critical to the next step, whether that be design or construction or locking in funding. So I want to know what we're doing to ensure that folks are doing their job that they're getting paid to do.
So we're also looking at,
No, go ahead.
looking at like a software. So like, we get updates like in 2 weeks, you need the NTP or that
Government
kind
has
of-
managed projects before software updates.
Mhm.
Things got done on time and under budget many, many moons ago. And somewhere along the way, that's just stopped. So I'm just curious, what are we doing within our contracts to hold folks accountable?
Deputy Corporation Counsel Diana Mellon Lacey. One of the things that we're ensuring is that we have liquidated damages in all of our contracts so that we can, require, it's basically fines if they fail to complete steps of the project on time and there's not a good reason for it. But I think, the other component to it is contract management. And, with, I think, some administrative turnover that we've had in DEM recently and staffing shortages, maybe that hasn't been as tight as it needs to be. And it's easy to think, oh, we've got the contract going, good, we're all done, we don't have to worry, but that's
not
just the
case.
beginning.
Yeah.
You have to manage contracts. And I think that DEM's badly in need of more assistance in their contract division. I believe you are recruiting for another
contracts person.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's
because
great.
it takes oversight, and also, that we have to make sure that the county isn't the cause of the delay too. And it's all covered in the state's procurement code that we follow, what needs to be done. But without good oversight and documentation, enforcing things becomes difficult. So I'm certainly trying to work with the department to improve this, and I see a lot more attentiveness because we have more resources we're bringing to bear on it. But I appreciate you bringing this up because I think it's not only this department. Contract management, when you contract out a lot, as this county does, really, is a whole area in itself to ensure that the contracts are managed and we get what we bargained for.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that's being done to strengthen the department's capacity to oversee these contracts and ensure accountability of those that have been solicited to do the work. At the end of the day, the community suffers if there's any delay in any of this work. They also front the bill, right? So I just want to make sure that we're being very prudent in stewarding taxpayer dollars and resources. Thank you all so much for all of your incredible work to keep moving this forward. I appreciate it.
Thank
I yield.
you.
Seeing no one else, I did have one question, and that is, what's the estimated timeline to actually get this done at this point in time?
Thank you, Councilmember Galimba. Again, Jonathan Simons, DEM Civil Engineer 3. So in the current contract, I believe the NTP was June 15th. June 15th. And so we're anticipating that it'll be done by mid-June of next year. And that's for the scope of this contract, which includes design. So a completed 100% design and basic environmental permitting services. So I just, want to kind of add the caveat that probably the biggest unknown is going to be the environmental permitting process and how long that ends up taking, and that includes agency review, but also includes which direction we end up having to go with the environmental review process, depending on what we find as we continue with the design. So at the moment, with the anticipated environmental review process, we're anticipating this contract being completed by June 15th of 27. But there's that caveat.
So that by June 2027, we'll have the design and basic environmental compliance elements completed.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so do you have an idea of then the next step and the next step to actually getting the pipes in the ground, et cetera? That kind of just real world, the thing will be working.
So after Now that this is complete, then we can move on to the next discussion on how do we get this built, the construction part.
So after the design and basic environmental, there might be other environmental.
That's right, and some of the environmental process depends on where the funding is going to be coming from. So there's some work also being done to identify funding sources, and depending on whether we need federal funding, basically, there might be more intensive environmental review necessary, and then depending on whether an EA or EIS is needed. So those things just have a little bit longer timeline, kind of from start to finish. At that point, once the environmental permitting is complete and the design is complete, then it's a matter of getting the funding, determining where that's going to come from, and putting contract out to bid. This current scope does not include construction and bidding services. So it's to get the design ready to go, but to actually take it out to bid, we would probably we'd need to go back for another contract as well.
Okay, got you. So it's going to be a process, is what I'm hearing, but I'm glad we're getting some clarity around this particular piece of it. Okay.
I just have a quick, okay, sorry.
Councilmember Villegas.
So the decision has been made, or I should say, has the decision been made on where the sewer line will connect to? Will it go to Hawaiʻi Water or will it go to Kealakekea Wastewater?
The design, the conceptual design, brings the line to Kealakekea Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Okay, is that because it's conceptual? Is that determined? Is that?
So it's not the 100% final design, but we don't have any, I don't anticipate that changing.
Okay, but we haven't gotten anything back from Bowers and Kubota, which has their definitive recommendation?
That is the definitive recommendation, yes.
That is their definitive. Do they have a definitive recommendation for the type of system?
Yes, low pressure sewer system.
Okay, okay, great. Just two things I wanted to get out there so people that may be as interested in wastewater as we are, inspiring minds want to know, inquiring minds. Okay, thank you. I appreciate. That's all. I yield.
Thank you. So we will close file on communication 906. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That is 7 ayes with council members Connie Lee Kleinfelder and Kimball excused. I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda, and we will be back at 2 p.m. for the next committee. Thank you.
Aloha, good afternoon. Welcome to the 15th session of the Policy Committee on Public Works and Mass Transit. I am your chair and presiding officer for today's committee, James Hustis. We are in the Hilo chambers. It is 2 p.m. in the afternoon. I am joined by council members Kimball, Galimba, Villegas, Inaba, Onishi, Kirkowitz, and Kagiwara. With that, and we're absent, we have council member Connie Kleinfelder. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testimony this afternoon?
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, noting that we do not have testifiers at your remote sites for this committee. We do have one testifier here in the Hilo chamber, Shelly Hawaiʻi. Shelly, when you're ready to begin, you can hit that green button at the base of the mic, introduce yourself again, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, aloha. My name is Shelly Mak'alanako, the third mahi of the Ha'iohana. I'm here to testify. I just would like to make a few comments under the Public Works and Mass Transit. On Bill 162, the ordinance for public customer protections in parking lots and the signage. First of all, I wanted to request if the signage could be in Olelo, Hawaii, the Hawaiian language, along with English and whatnot. Also, that there will be signs to say that it's a no spray zone because of the effect of herbicides and cancer on our maintenance crews and general public. And also, one of the issues I wanted to bring up was under the mass transit is that we're in desperate need of a bus that runs up to the Hilo hospital on holidays and Sundays, because right now there is no bus and no way for the public to get up to the hospital in an emergency situation other than an ambulance. So that is something that I would like to, just put on the record as something being very important to the general public. And under the mass transit and parking lots, I just want to give an example of an overlapping situation where at Macy's bus stop there, which is on Hawaiian Homelands, in the year 2020, Cedric Duarte had issued a no spray zone for all Hawaiian Homelands. So none of the vendors are supposed to be spraying herbicides in any which way on any Hawaiian Homelands. Problem is, we have contractors through the mall, Kuhio Mall, who are using other herbicides. And when I looked into what they were, they're, if it's possible, worse even than Roundup. So the issue is to, look at an updated compliance on the no spray zone on Hawaiian Homelands where it overlaps with our mass transit, because we have people sitting there with towels over their heads trying to breathe, elderly people, kupunas, children running around with the wind blowing, and they're spraying these herbicides that are not even supposed to be on Hawaiian Homelands where our county mass
30
transit
seconds,
goes.
please.
So just to summarize, just to reiterate about the signage, no spray zones, and especially for the Olelo, Hawaii, Hawaiian language. Mahalo.
With that, Chair, those are all the testifiers you have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Araceli. Mr. Clerk, if you could read us in.
Certainly. Last chance for anybody who'd like to testify in Bill 162. Please speak up now. Hearing and seeing none, Bill 162 amends Chapter 3 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, 2016 edition as amended, relating to paid parking facilities. Adds a new article to establish signage requirements for paid parking facilities to include a schedule of rates, notice of any additional fees, hours of operation, and information on towing procedures. Introduced by Councilmember Villegas.
Motion to approve Bill 162 and forward to council with a positive recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to forward Bill 162 to council with a favorable recommendation. Motion made by Councilmember Villegas, second Councilmember Inaba. Councilmember Villegas, floor is yours.
Thank you. This is a much abbreviated piece of legislation based on the parameters of county authority, and I have been assured that this is within our county authority to, essentially, this is a pretty short piece of legislation, but it requires that paid parking lots post their rates, which I think is a very simple and straightforward and common sense requirement. When you drive into a parking lot and you don't know the rates, you can't make a decision. And right now, with the QR codes and everything being so digital, you have to put in all your information and everything's moving forward, and you don't know the rates until after sometimes. And we have experienced in Kailua Village surge pricing and rate gouging and constant changes in prices, and I think this will hold the paid parking operators more accountable to our community on what their rates are, and ideally keep them more reasonable so that people will return to the village and continue to support the economic vitality of that space. But I ask for my colleagues' support on this piece of legislation moving forward, and this small victory for our community and their desire for more equitable pricing. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions, consideration? Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Villegas. Thank you for the conversations we had in the past and bringing this forward as we had in this past discussion. So, mahalo. Okay, see no further discussion. All members in favor of moving Bill 162 to council with a favorable recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Clerk, you have 8 members in favor. Councilmember Connie Kleinfelder is absent. Motion carries. And with that, and the only item on our agenda, we are adjourned at 2:07 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
anytime. We could just say it's James. .00. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today is June 2nd. It's 3 p.m. We're at the Hawaii County Building. This is a Policy Committee on Health, Safety, and Well-being. This is the 9th session. Mr. Clerk, introducing the council members. To my left, Ms. Kimball, Ms. Kalimba, Ms. Villegas, Ms. Chair Inaba. To my right, Ms. Kagiwara, Mr. Hustis, and Ms. Kirkowitz, and I'm Chair Fresho Nishi. Mr. Clerk, any testimony?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just want to note that we do, oh, sorry, give me just a second. Sorry about that. I just wanted to note that we do have some testifiers at your remote site, specifically Pahoa. We have one testifier here in the Hilo chamber as well as via Zoom. What we'll do is we'll start with our Zoom testifier, Deb Smith, to be followed by our Pahoa testifier, and then we can close it out here in Hilo. Deb,
I guess I'll call you later.
Deb, if you'd like to provide testimony at this time, you can unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. So my name is Deb Smith. I am board president for Vacationland Hawaii Community Association. And I'm commenting on Bill 157. You want my video on? Okay. Anyway, so I'm in support of Bill 157 to form a formal disaster recovery program because our community is still waiting for recovery since the 2018 lava eruption. So I can attest to the many missteps that have happened over the past 8 years. I cannot begin to tell you how many meetings I've attended trying to get answers and help for our community. And the initial months after a disaster are critical for taking proper steps to aid in recovery. For us, our requests were pushed aside and we felt kind of ignored. And it began a continuous round of delay after delay. The restoration plans kept changing, and that kept causing further delays. There were changes in administrations, which also caused more delays. And then some of the departments just didn't respond like they should. And in my mind, a dedicated recovery team would help alleviate some of these issues. Councilwoman Kirkowitz pushed when she could and helped us as much as possible. But here we are 8 years later, still waiting on road access. I would be more than happy to share some of the specifics of what we have endured, but I won't take up the time here. I appreciate you allowing me to testify, and like I say, I do support that a dedicated recovery team be put in place. Mahalo.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, Gloria, if you could introduce your Pahoa testifier, please.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. We have Eileen O'Hara here commenting on Bill 157. You have 300.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Good to see you all again. I am in support of Bill 157. This is really needed because we are going to be facing more emergencies, not just lava flows, but there's all kinds of things coming at us between hurricanes, tsunamis, and we have every possible disaster known to man in the state of Hawaii. So we need to be prepared. And we weren't in 2018. And as I was a sitting council person at the time, I can attest to some of the problems that occurred because there wasn't a way to coordinate response. Civil Defense does have an emergency response report or action plan, and yet they didn't even follow that because it involved putting together a committee that included elected officials. And yet, at the time, in 2018, the head of Civil Defense, at the behest of the mayor, who's actually their boss in some ways, prohibited any elected official from attending briefings at Civil Defense, which made it very hard for me to be responsive to my constituents. I also, in standing at the front desk at Civil Defense, noted lots of communication errors. Not anyone working there lived in Puna, so they weren't really familiar with Puna. And the recovery officer wasn't even appointed until the end of 2019, I believe, a long time after the eruption ended. And he was a newbie to the island coming from New York City. So I think it's very important that there be an amendment to this bill that requires the appointed recovery officer to coordinate activities with the elected official in the district where the emergency response is occurring. It could be up in Kohala, it could be in another district other than Puna. And we all know our districts better than people in Hilo. We know the street names, we know the families, and that really helps making communication better. And one of the things that happened out here in 2018 was the establishment of the hub, and Hawaiʻi Tractor helped get out information that was in some cases much more accurate than what they were getting from the county. So we need that coordination moving forward, and it should involve elected officials. So if there's some way to add an amendment to include the elected official from the district in which the emergency is occurring, or districts, could be multiple districts, I think that would really enhance this bill. So that's my testimony for today, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you. We also have Amadeo Markov here also commenting on Bill 157. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, everybody. This is Amadeo Markov. I've lost my voice. I guess I got a talk less. Anyway, I'm in support of 157. We absolutely need a recovery officer for disaster automatic. I mean, if this last, how many disasters in Puna didn't, make it clear, I don't know what could. There's going to be disasters throughout the state, and the Big Island seems to get more than their share. So I would just highly encourage you to adopt this bill. So thank you so much. Aloha.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our testifiers. Chair, our final testifier is here in the Hilo chamber, Shelly Hutty. Shelly, when you're ready to begin, you can introduce yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Aloha. My name is Shelley of the Hawaiʻi Ohana. I wanted to, first of all, reiterate on the Hawaiian language that the county can implement the Hawaiian language code page number into the computer systems for printing and establishment of these types of documents into the Hawaiian language. And I'm in support, absolute support of a management officer for disaster recovery planning. I wanted to just quickly make note of different things that the recovery officer could be looking at so far as health, safety, and well-being. Number one, to reintroduce the ban on herbicide for the Big Island. Number two, Department of Defense dioxide risks. We need to look at compliance to shutting down the firing ranges where Davy Crockett rounds are known to exist. Number three, to initiate the universal tax assessment of Puakaloa so we can get the cleanup budget rolling. Number four, to establish clear-cut rules and guidance on the outdated practice of banning aquifers or aquifer exclusions in the underground injection control permits. And a really big one on the Puna list is the Puna geothermal venture. Right now, there is no evacuation emergency plan. It would require interagency coordination between civil defense, heli-on buses, all kind of situations. Even if the plant, you're looking at possible drilling or even shutting down of the plant or whatever, that we need to have the issue looked at by the officer for compliance, because we're looking at, because of confirmed worst case scenarios, a 10 square mile evacuation zone from Puna, according to the EPA hazardous branch. And so that's 6,400 acres of schools, people, all of the above. PGV, according to May 2026 report by a specialist, has confirmed that the PGV is not a closed loop system, as being said to everybody, and that also they are allowing pentane to be re-injected into the ground, which causes problems of brittling, hydrocarbon formation, and whatnot.
30 seconds, please.
Okay, and one of the biggest risks, I would say, to Hawaii is that they're allowing chemicals like sulfur hexafluoride that's been banned in Region 9. They're still allowing it to be used here in Hawaii. And that needs to be looked at, because if it's banned in Region 9, California, sulfur hexafluoride's been banned since 2013. Why are we allowing banned chemicals to come into Hawaii? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And with that, Chair, those are all the testifiers you have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you read in Bill 157?
Yes. Last chance for anyone who would like to testify in Bill 157. Please speak up now. Hearing and seeing none, Bill 157 amends Chapter 7 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, 2016 edition as amended, relating to disaster recovery. Establishes a county disaster recovery program to coordinate short and long-term recovery efforts following major disasters, led by a recovery officer appointed by the mayor with the responsibility for recovery planning, interagency coordination, community engagement, funding management, and the development of interim and long-term recovery and resilience plans. Introduced by Councilmember Kirkowitz. This was postponed on May 19, 2026. There's a motion already on the floor by Councilmember Kirkowitz, seconded by Councilmember Hustis, to recommend passage of Bill 157 on first reading.
Go ahead, Ms. Kirkowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate my colleagues for the opportunity to continue to have this discussion and address some of the comments that were raised in our last committee hearing. Again, this bill is designed to establish within our code a disaster recovery framework. So in the event of a future major disaster, similar to the scale of the 2018 volcanic eruption, there's a playbook in our code so that the county knows how to mobilize personnel and resources and can work in partnership with recovery to create a recovery strategy and plan that puts the community's voice at the center. At this time, Chair, I would like to make a motion to amend Bill 157 with the contents of Communication 888.2.
Okay, motion by Ms. Kirkowitz, second by Mr. Hustis. Go ahead, Ms. Kirkowitz.
Thank you. This is to address some of the comments that were raised in committee. The first item, number 1, has to do with establishing a disaster recovery definition. This is something that aligns with the definition by FEMA. Number 2, after further discussion with the Civil Defense Agency and Mayor's Office, we made a collective decision to move this function actually within the Office of the Mayor. So it would be operating at a more executive management level, which I think at the end of the day makes the most sense because the Mayor's Office does serve as central coordinator among all the departments. So that is a shift. The third amendment as part of this communication is clarifying who should have a seat at the table in coordinating recovery activities. I forgot to put us in there, wanting to make sure that when the recovery officer is working with county departments and agencies, that they do work in partnership with the council member or council members of the affected area, because we're often boots on the ground and our constituents look to us for information. And then finally, Councilmember Kimball had questions about departmental responsibilities. This is to clarify that Departments, offices, and agencies provide immediate support until a recovery team has been set up. At that point, those departments can throttle back and provide support as needed. Happy to answer questions folks might have. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. On the amendment, any members? No. Ms. Kimball?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Kirkowitz. I appreciate the attentiveness to the comments that were made in the initial discussion. Really like the fleshing out of the area that I particularly had questions about, and like the addition of this coordinating with the council or council members that are affected. I think as Eileen O'Hara mentioned, like we do have that connection to community that I think is, in your experience and in the experience of others, really valuable in terms of bringing the community back together and whatnot. All that said, I'm very happy to support this amendment, and again, appreciate your responsiveness to the comments that were made in the first hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, any other members? Hearing or seeing none, all those in favor of approving the amending Bill 157 with the communication of 888.2, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? We have 8 ayes, 1 absent. Mr. Cunningly Kleinfelder. We're back to the main motion. Go ahead, Ms. Kirkowitz.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you all so much for recognizing the importance of putting this in code. Many of you have been with me since the onset of my tenure on the council, and recovery has really marked my time here in public service. Many, many lessons learned. So many situations could have been avoided, but we figured our way out of these challenges. I would never want another community to suffer the way that Lower Puna has suffered. As you heard from testimony 2 weeks ago and today, people are still in recovery mode. Auntie Deb Smith still has to trek over 700 feet of lava to get home. 8 years later, it's unconscionable that that is still happening, that folks have not fully recovered and can move on with their lives. I'm hoping that this is helpful to any community in the future. I hope we don't have to use it, but at least we have a guidebook to coordinate all of the resources to make sure that recovery isn't political, but it's all hands on deck and folks are supporting community. So I appreciate everyone's support today. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Amy, Ms. Vegas.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councilmember Kirkowitz for taking the initiative to bring this forward. As we, just in the last few months, are recovering from the Kona low and from the earthquake in South Kona and the damages done there. And as I look at the news and continue to see projections for a potentially dangerous El Nino cycle this year, we don't know what's ahead of us. So this preventative measure to put this in place, once again, hopefully we don't have to use it, but we know from experience, I think there have been, 4 lava flows in the 8 years we've been here. And, you know, the earth is moving and shaking. And so having the best course possible set with, as we talked about earlier, so history doesn't have to repeat itself. You know, there's never really a perfect way to do things, but there are things not to do. And even having that list identified is very helpful. So thank you for this. I'm in full support.
Any other members? Okay, hearing or seeing none, all those in favor of approving Bill 157 and moving to the full council, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? We have 8 ayes, 1 absent, Mr. Cunningly Kleinfelder. This concludes our meeting.
Thank you all
We're
so
adjourning at 3:18. Thank you.